ice in my veins, I've been driving this train.
What's going on, everybody? Thank you for tuning in here live on Beaufort's Own. It's day number 3 here at the BC Classic, the John Drafts BC Classic Boys Basketball Tournament here. My name is Javon Livingston. Alongside me is Mr. Max Siraj joining us for day 3 on the commentary as well. We got Well Branch taking on Royal Live Oaks here for game number 1 on day 3. Technically, I believe it's game 7. So I'm excited to see these two teams. They're in the battle. This game is going to be for 7th and 8th place in the finish. Well Branch in the purple with the gold trim. Royal Live Oaks in the white with the purple trim. Here we go. Parker and Fields on the tip-off. And it's going to be Well Branch possession here early. And there's Elmore. Elmore can get his own shot, being aggressive on the defensive side there. Well Branch keeping the ball there, almost lost it. What are you looking forward to seeing here in this one, Max?
I'm just looking, for Whale Branch to play a little bit better of a game. A really good game yesterday between them and Bethesda Academy. So look forward to see them keep playing that game. Bethesda's a strong team. So, and for Royal Live Oaks, I think, for me, I just think they got to play a little bit better basketball overall. I think, they started out with some real tough opponents. You look at, started out against Beaufort Academy. Beaufort Academy is not a terrible team. Then you play First Preparatory, also a very good team. So Royal Live Oaks is, obviously a fish in a big pond here in this tournament, but I'd like to see them play a little more uptight on defense.
Yeah, and I like what I've seen from them on the offensive side, with some of their players, especially Elmore and Parker. Parker's doing really good for them down low. Obviously, you can't feed it to him every possession, but he's a good piece. I expected him. He's more of a double-double guy for them. So far, both teams having a hard time finding a shot here. Well Branch looking to play a little bit more control. 3-ball, and it's good. Jordan Fields, and a good start for Well Branch. Had a hard time finding that 3-ball yesterday until it was almost a little bit too late.
And here comes the scoring for Whale Branch. Quick 5 points.
And it forces Coach Wilson to call a timeout. We'll take a break, ladies and gentlemen. We'll be right back here on Beaufort's Own. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, after the timeout break by the Royal Live Oaks Royal Knights. Looking to move ball movement, defense looking a little aggressive here from the Warriors. We're going to talk about an old school battle right here, Warriors versus Knights, right?
Can't get much better than that. The battle for royalty.
Let's say a little bit of Trojan horse, Sparta. It's Parker trying to work in the corner there, not used to where you're seeing him. All right. And there goes Bowers full speed. Once again, had a little bit of moment there. Looked like the offense was going to be on a roll. And so there goes Parker drawing the foul. He'll go to the line to shoot 2. You knew that was something that was going to be in the works for Royal Live Oaks when he goes to work on the inside.
Yeah, Parker's going to be the main key for Royal Live Oaks when they get into region play, and region play will be starting for them right as they start the new year. Because Hardyville, we watched, I actually saw Hardyville, some film from them last night, got the win over Bamberg at home last night to go 2-0 in the region. So Royal Live Oaks got some real competition in their region. And sooner or later, Whale Branch might be joining them with the new realignment potentially.
Yeah, so it's interesting. Of course, we got the classifications put together, but not sure exactly who's going to be in the same region. But I find it hard pressed to believe that Well Branch, Hardyville, all those, if they're all in 1A, that they wouldn't be all in the same region and playing,
More than
especially football.
yeah, more than likely, especially with basketball and football, they'll be split up into two divisions across 1A, and potentially that Hampton County Whale Branch region might be a Division 1, and that Hardyville, Ridgeland, Bamberg, Denmark, Olar, and of course Royal Live Oaks could be a Division 2 region when it comes to men's basketball and of course football.
Yeah, and I think that's the trickeration right there when you come to doing these regions. Of course, Royal Live Oaks, they'll join in all these, I don't want to say smaller sports to make anybody feel inadequate, but obviously Royal Live Oaks is one of those schools that they don't have football yet. So that's where you want to start reaching out, and you might pull in some of those smaller schools, maybe at Allendale or something like that.
That was a great shot by Terrence Hayward up close, and then Whale Branch answered right back with a three.
And so 2 threes for Well Branch here early. And that kind of dug them in the hole a little bit yesterday. So it's pulling those threes, and Coach Faber wasn't happy with at the timing they were pulling them. Especially, no coach is happy when you're not missing them. If you're making them, he's okay.
Yeah, the thing for me with Whale Branch is they got size. I mean, clearly you see it on the court right now. They got some real tall dudes, and they can be real physical. But adding that three-pointer, that three-point game into their repertoire on offense makes them a dangerous team, and especially once region play begins with the likes of teams like Hampton County and Barnwell.
Yeah, and I think the biggest thing, for Well Branch's Broxton not being out there. Tony Broxton, if he was out there on the court for his Well Branch team, to make a big difference for them as far as a presence in the middle there.
Right.
And I'm glad we got to show Coach Faber with the yellow coaching shirt on. Makes me feel a little bit better about putting Well Branch in the gold on the
Yeah.
scoreboard there. So just a little update there. We were talking before. Well Branch normally, when they're quote unquote the away team, they wear black and gold unis.
Right.
So it threw me off when started seeing purple shorts, and I'm like, what's going on here? And I saw the purple jerseys, and it kind
Hey.
of caught me off. So I panicked because I made them black
Yeah.
on the scoreboard, and I was like, oh,
And
I got to change the color.
look, I tell you, I love their black jerseys, but I'm rocking these purple
Oh yeah,
jerseys right now. They look
I like
great.
them.
I love them.
It
Might be a travel there. Yep.
created a conundrum when both teams
Yeah.
are purple, and
Oh.
so as their major colors, so I had to switch it up there. So it kind of worked for me.
Yeah, it could have been the battle for Grimace on that scoreboard, man.
Battle for Grimace.
uh,
Grow up, Max.
hey, come on.
She came down in the Bumble, dog. No, I'm just playing.
Hey, hey, hey. Boy, I love Ian Parker for Royal Live Oaks. The one thing I look at him is he's a big dude, but he can move down the court with ease, especially on a fast break.
And a 3 ball off the mark for Fields. Taller guy, would like to see him more on the inside at the high school level, and that's one of those things that I consistently talk about. It's a hard place for taller kids in high school basketball because, in high school basketball, you are the tall kid at 6'3", 6'4", but immediately when you jump to that next level, you're a point guard.
Yeah.
And so when you see them take those wide shots, you see a Quincy Fields take a shot there, and you're upset. You're like, oh, he's a big guy. He should be down in the hole. But in reality, the moment, if you're talking about recruiting, he has to make those plays on the outside because
Right.
there's no place for a 6'4" forward or center at the next level.
Yeah.
Try to go on the inside pass down to Lewis. Just lost it. Well, Branch going to maintain possession. Jordan Fields looking for some where to go inside Quincy Fields. Left open for three. Quick give back. Shamar Gadsden hits three off the mark. Lewis tries to put it back, draws the foul.
Yeah, Whale Branch is being real physical with their size against this Royal Live Oaks team.
Yeah, you know what? And I want to say I like the way this game has started off as far as the fouls go. And unfortunately, usually whenever I say this, the opposite happens right after the broadcast is jinxed. But it's a clean quarter. I think yesterday and over the first 2 days, teams were coming in the first game. They're trying to get ahead and things like that. The games are rolling fast. You get the feel of how the tournament's going to go. But there was a lot of fouls early. There were some teams that, they put the other team in the bonus in the first 3 minutes, So one foul each, you know what I'm saying, all race,
Yeah, it's a good
almost to the
start.
quarter.
Yeah. Yeah, you want to be physical, but not too physical. And I think that's where they're sitting, right in the middle of that. And been a real clean game so far, and actually a really good game, close game.
Well, I think the biggest thing is, competition, what I'm saying, because at this point in the tournament, you get to the point where you're more so facing teams that are on your level, right?
Right.
Because everybody starts getting weeded out. You go farther and farther in different directions in the bracket, and then you wind up now where you're playing a team that's kind of a little bit more on par. Jenkins, ball there, gets it over to Lewis in a travel. Just under 2:30 remaining here. And a left-hander, that would have been a nice finish for a finger roll over the left side. Can't finish. Parker, his putback no good as well. Fields with the rebound. Jenkins calling for it. Quick toss left over in the corner is Bowers. And he can't hit off the side of the iron, but gets his own rebound. Finds Lewis. Hits it inside the square. That's how they teach you to do it, but falls out.
It's like a lid on both of these rims
Yeah.
right now.
Just having a hard time finding the shot. I think the longest we've seen, I think it was first preparatory, I think, yesterday. I think they had like 4 or 5 offensive rebounds, but couldn't get the putback to go. Having a hard time, like you said, trying to get that bucket to go in and out on the inside of the rim. And a little bit of hot potato there, trying to get that ball. Finally, Wall Branch gets it to the top of the key. I want to try to set up a play here in the half-court set. Jenkins trying to drive against Parker. Size mismatch, finds Lewis. Had a hard time holding on to it, and his spins off. Like Wall Branch trying to go on the inside. DJ Lewis. There was a concerted effort there. He cleared it out. The Jenkins thought about trying to pull up. I shot and said, no, I'm going to step back and throw it back in. Nice little play creation right there from the guard.
Anthony Polite coming in for Jordan Fields for the this Whale Branch team.
Yeah, looking for a little bit of a spark. Adesanya kicks it. Nice little mid-range pull up there from Mitchell. Mark rebound. Fields. Nice ball movement. Polite trying to get it through way off the mark. Well, that doesn't make you feel good when you check in and that's your first shot. Again, trying to feed Parker, but he was crowded there to give it back to him after a little bit of a scramble taken away. There's Bowers. Bowers to drive opportunity here. Transition and the finish. Nice work.
They got 5 seconds. They got to move down the court here.
move, trying to look for a last-second heave there, but Alexa just dribble it up. 16-7, Well Branch with the lead when we return here on Beaufort Zone. But we'll take a moment to look at the bracket here before we go for the John Drafts BC Classic. So you see here in the 7th and 8th place game, we got Royal Live Oaks versus Well Branch in your bottom left corner. And then we will go to Beaufort Academy versus Battery Creek at 2:30. First Preparatory versus Bethesda to follow for that 4th place game, that consolation bracket. And then the finale, 5:30, Bluffton versus May River. We'll step away, folks, and we'll be right back here on Beaufort Zone. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, here on Beaufort Zone. Start of quarter number 2. Here, Royal Branch and Royal Live Oaks facing off for 7th and 8th in the tournament here. 16-7, Well Branch with the lead, concerted effort on the inside, but 2 threes to go along with it. Help put them up front 16-7. Inside the fields, lowers a little bit of shoulder. And when we talk about going down on the inside, there's Josiah Morgan checking in for the first time tonight here in the start of quarter number 2. Bowers up front. Oh, point blank range missed, but teammates got his back. Jordan Jenkins.
And Whale Branch starting to pull away here. Royal Live Oaks has got to find something here.
Yeah, because they don't want this game to get too far out of hand. There's Elmore. He's one of those guys that could get it going in the mid-range ISO. He did, yesterday. Excuse me, not yesterday. It was day 1 where he really got it going in a one-on-one situation late in the game, and he was kind of giving it to any and everybody who wanted it there. But not really featured. He kind of gets the ball kind of whenever it comes to him. Elmore is one of those guys I think, as far as scoring for the team, he needs to. Yeah, you remember that the storytelling and foul the other way, so Well Branch loses out on a 3-point opportunity. Remember that story? Iman Shumpert was talking about J.R. Smith and LeBron James. He was like, "J.R. hand, throw the ball." Throw the ball.
Yeah.
I think that's how Elmore has to be. And he has to get that call, and they have to allow him to go to work. You see how he handles the ball, and he's about to pull up there before a call, but you see the way he moves, and I think he's the best person to do that, to get in a position to shoot. They have other players, Mitchell, things like that. They can dribble around to try to get free, but he gets to his shot in shooting form really well. So I think that ball has to go between those two.
Good layup by Parker. Parker's got to get going as well. Parker, he needs, in this game for me, I have not seen him be physical enough down low. You're a big, sturdy dude, 6'5". Use your weight, use your size against your opponents.
Yeah, and I think, for him, I think they know he can for sure make his buckets on the inside. And I think they crowd him pretty early. But you got to see him beat that. So right now you see him standing there with 3 people around him, and he's on defense. But nice move from Fields. Just can't get it to drop. Keeping it alive is Morgan. Bowers back to Morgan over Parker. No good. Rebound Mitchell. Adesanya. Got it closely by Jenkins. A nice ball movement to try to keep it away. Elmore trying to find some room. Back to Mitchell. Adesanya pulls for the long 3. And a much needed play
Yeah.
Points need a bucket for
Back
Royal
to,
Live Oaks.
back down to an 8-point game here. Royal Live Oaks is starting to find something in the offense.
Fields trying to answer back. There's a sigh of relief right there for Royal Live Oaks because, you finally get something going. You're struggling on the offensive side. You break through with the three right there by Adesanya, and the Fields would have hit that. It kind of hits you, and it's just not just Well Branch and Royal Live Oaks, but just in the game of basketball in general. You hit a three when you're struggling. All right, cool, we're back alive. And the other team comes back and hits a three. It kind of takes your sails out a little bit.
It's a momentum
Yeah.
changer as well.
Arid pass, and that's not what they needed. I know Coach Wilson is upset with that one right there.
And Jamari Mitchell needs to get going as well because I know he can shoot the ball. He's just got to find ways to get open as well.
Yeah, and
They got, I mean, they got shooters on this team. They just got to find open space. That's the problem.
I knew that foul was coming just there.
Yeah.
Honestly, yeah, Parker almost lost his balance there and fell, fell all over him, and then the follow right there. I believe it was Elmore right behind him. But um, I think, Mitchell, I think they need to get comfortable with who their main ball handler is. I think a lot of times when you watch basketball, regardless of who gets the rebound and clears out, you find your point guard and let him bring it across the court, right? You,
Yeah.
you have to find him, and I think for Royal Live Oaks, I think that guy is Jamari Mitchell, right? And so whenever they get that ball, they need to find Jamari Mitchell. If he's going to give it back to Parker, Elmore, Adesanya, whoever, you need to get it back to Mitchell and uh, let him make the play. Loose handle from Mitchell up front is Fields. Too far on the pass. And nice transition D right there from Jamari Mitchell. DJ Lewis coming in for Jordan Jenkins. Three ball off the mark there for Fields. And a long two from the opposite side from Gadsden. No good. And a little bit kind of a cherry pick kind of in a shot. I know that applies more in, transition play there, but tossed it up front to Elmore and then came slowly back across half court. Almost had a wide open three. Nice interception there for Elmore. Mitchell drives baseline, shot off the mark there.
Yeah, just looking at Faber on that pass there, he was not happy with that pass.
Yeah, those long passes, a lot of times, I know you want to get out and get transition. You turn, you look, you see one of your teammates sprinting, and you just automatically throw the ball. You're thinking, oh, he's up ahead. But sometimes you got to be a little bit more careful. You know what I'm saying? That's what I mean by find your guard. Everybody wants to throw it out and get the long outlet pass. Outlet pass. Outlet pass. What's wrong with me? Red leather, yellow leather. I'm just playing. Elmore drives in, shot off the mark, try to get the quick score off the inbounds. Nice drive and dump off to Lewis by way of Jamon Bowers.
Yeah, Bowers got into the paint with ease on that one. And he could have either gone for the shot or dished it out, and he'd end up dishing it out.
Walbridge stand control, lead up to 10 now. Royal Live Oaks still not out of it. They just got to put together a couple possessions. Bowers, mid-range, off the mark. Parker, the rebound, gets to Mitchell. Elmore, mid-range, and there he goes. And that's what I'm talking about uh, from Elmore. That's what I saw yesterday. He was able to get in, get to that mid-range, and become a mid-range assassin out there.
If he can continue to do that, they can get back in this game. I mean, it's only an 8-point game at the moment.
And tried to go bounce pass down the baseline, but wind up touching that blue paint. And Royal Live Oaks ball.
You know, for me, Will Brandt, I feel as if mistakes have been an issue in this tournament, especially yesterday against Bethesda, where some mistakes costed them against what is a really good Bethesda basketball team. I still am seeing some of those mistakes right now, and hopefully they can fix it up. You know, towards the end of the first half here, going into the third quarter. Hopefully they can fix that during halftime.
And a big block, DJ Lewis.
He is smiling on that one too.
Yeah,
He's
get
loving that.
a little bit of happiness there, getting blocked. Parker left alone at the three. And obviously the 3-point specialty is not in this game. He's like, why y'all pass me the ball out here? Drive from Mitchell, right hand, no good. Pick back up, blocked again. Great defense here from the Warriors. Adesanya, mid-range, air ball. Rebound, Parker back up and in.
Good job getting those second chance points there by Parker.
And the 2-minute drill here. A rebound, Royal Live Oaks. They can cut this down to 4. Find help. Get it back to Mitchell. Adesanya, mid-range, no good. Excuse me, that wasn't Adesanya.
That was Dunham. Yeah.
Dunham.
I had to look at that.
Two air balls in a row. I was like, it didn't sound right when I called it the second time, right? I was like, it's curly hair, but that was a different kind of curly, huh?
A different kind of curly.
Yeah, I mean, because you identify guys. They help you outside of the numbers because sometimes their numbers aren't showing. So you kind of got to get familiar with their size and, the hairstyles and things like that. Their color shoes or something like that help you identify who they are. I try to find everything so I can be quick on the names, Oh yeah, number 24 is Johnson. He's wearing the arm sleeve. You know what I'm saying? Okay, all right, cool. This player has dreads. All right, cool. He's all these things like to try to help you be quicker. Sometimes that number ain't showing.
The one thing I've seen through this first half is Royal Live Oaks has been real solid inside the paint and getting defensive rebounds and second chance points on the offensive side of the ball. Good job,
There you
Jamari
go.
Mitchell.
Jamari Mitchell getting him one to go there on the inside, and the game leads now down to 4, and they're putting up a little bit of resistance there. To try to go into halftime in a good position.
Whale Branch cannot find the shot. Travel. If Royal Live Oaks can carry momentum through into halftime, we could be looking at a real interesting game going into the second half.
There's Parker.
Good passing.
Back out. 3-ball gets stuck on the rim there for Terrence Hayward.
Oh, it's real stuck in there.
Come on,
there
Lewis.
You
there you go.
It looks like it's going to be Royal Live Oaks ball.
So they got a really good opportunity if they can get a possession here to go into the half down by 2 or 1 if they make a 3. And a bad pass.
Yeah.
Terrible.
Yeah, he thought Dunham was coming around all the way around that 3-point line, and then he just juked back in.
Yeah, got to be a little bit more like you got to be a little bit more cautious in this situation. You got under 20 seconds. You got time for one possession where you can take your time and really going down by 2 points, and now you're in a situation where it could get worse.
Favor's not happy.
Yeah, he's one of those energetic coaches, man. You gotta love Faber.
Hey, I love that. That's some of my favorite things to see is a coach with some fire in him.
And 3-ball to end the half. Right there from Jordan Fields. Counted. 25-18. Well Branch back with the lead up to 7. We'll take a break, ladies and gentlemen. We'll be right back here on Beaufort's Own for half number 2.
Beaufort is the kind of place you never want to leave. So what better place to build, live out dreams, and carve the future? A place for creators to converge and connect. The innovators, the moneymakers, the collaborators, those who imagine a new Beaufort and beyond. A place that intersects diversity, deep historical roots, and modern technological advancements. A place to scale your business and build your brand. We're the Beaufort Digital Corridor, your co-working space, business incubator, and technological hub. Welcome to your place to do more.
What's going on, everybody? Thank you for tuning in here live on Beaufort Zone. The next game on the docket is Battery Creek versus Beaufort Academy for third place here in the 2025 John Drafts BC Boys Basketball Classic here on Beaufort Zone. My name is Javon Livingston. Alongside me is Mr. Max Siraj on the commentary as well. Starts off with the Battery Creek possession and a quick foul by BA to send Mr. Taiwan Simmons to the line.
Yeah, Battery Creek had a tough opponent last night in what is a very, very solid May River team. Got off to a really slow start, but they fought hard through the rest of that first quarter, and then the rest of the game it just wasn't enough. May River was finding ways to score points. I think Battery Creek's gonna have a much better time getting those points scored today against Beaufort Academy. Um, for Beaufort Academy, they just got to be real solid on defense.
Yeah, I think, with Battle Creek, and one of those anticipated matchups, here in this tournament. And there goes Fripp coming up quickly, and he's going to be able to score some quick buckets there for Beaufort Academy. And Beaufort Academy, also an improved team as well. And I'll talk a little bit about both. But yesterday, Battery Creek, they got outmatched early. And they played some higher level competition there with May River, who looks really, really good this year. And that defensive tenacity they had in that first quarter kind of put them away. And May River's a team where if you let them get up by 15 or 20, you're not going to come back into that game. And that's pretty much what happened there. And Battle Creek played better in the second half. It was much more of a game, but you still had to remember that May River was already up by 15 to 20 already, and so at that point it was too late for them to come back. And then Beaufort Academy, we mentioned it multiple times, throughout the tournament, but I love how Beaufort Academy looks. They look amazing under Coach Seth Andrews. Last year they came into this tournament with him just getting the team like 4 or 5 days, before the season started and walked into this tournament.
Right.
And so that's a terrible way to start a season. And, it's about scheme, which means he didn't get the whole tryouts to see which guys, he wanted to be able to recruit, to be able to, walk the hallways and put some feelers out there all season, do some summer workouts. He didn't get a chance to do any of that. And so now here you see this BA team led by Fripp and Underwood and Schuford. They're doing a great job here. Gunnar Andrews as well. So they've played solid. A little bit, above competition, but they've looked a lot better here this year than they did last year. So shout out to Coach Andrews and BA.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think they're gonna be real competitive in their region once the new year sets in. Um, yeah, they got some real impressive players, including, of course, Nick Schuford, Nick Underwood. They got some players on this team.
They got a lot of Knicks.
Yes, they do.
Yeah, and I think, when I watched this tournament, Fripp, he kind of was the only guy that was kind of in any basketball conditioning kind of last year, and he was trying to kind of be the do-it-all guy on both sides, but now he's got some help to come along with him. You see the drive on inside for BA quickly, up 4-2 here on Battery Creek. Nice ball movement from them, 2 quick possessions. They got to calm down. They already got 2 team fouls, however, here early in this one. They got to stay on it, and out of position now with another turnover. Deep, we'll talk about Battery Creek having to play on the defense. You see it coming into fruition here for BA. Smith on the handle. Cross court to Williams. Williams, long 3 off the side of the iron. Tried to get it back and couldn't get past Fripp, but Fripp, I believe, was Fripp was the last one to touch it there, so Battery Creek ball.
Yeah, Devin Fripp's another name on that BA team that can be a real solid opponent.
Simmons 3 ball, up short. Cox trying to work down low. A couple of pump fakes there and able to get the tough bucket. Almost kind of behind the backboard there. Long 3-pointer, Nevin Fripp.
Yeah, for me, Battery Creek, while their 3 game is solid, they got to be really dominant inside the paint. I think that's where they're going to be, pretty strong, and they've kind of showed that already.
They answered back with Williams, and Williams, a guy that I like to see. I love to see his shooting percentage get a little bit higher. He's one of those guys where his ball handling and his moves look very, very great in setting up his shot. Just can't finish him. Simmons, the guy that will go get his own shot as well. But Williams, I'd like to see him more, and there he goes for a second three and see him airball it there.
Oh,
Zion Doe down low, try to get that rebound and put back there. But Williams on the court, I think it might be a conversation between, him and Smith, who's the best defender, on the team. But I think, for me personally, just from what I've seen, I think I'll give it to Michael Williams,
yeah,
who's the best defender on this Battery Creek team. Because I like the way he positions himself well when he gets on defense. He's real savvy. He gets up on his defenders, and
yeah,
he's there. If you beat Michael Williams, you beat Michael Williams. Whereas Smith, he's real aggressive, but he's kind of more in the way. It's kind of
right,
like, well, you don't recognize James Harden as a great defender, but he led the league in steals. You know what I'm saying?
yeah.
Because he was just getting into the lanes, and that's kind of Smith. And Smith can play some on-ball defense as well. Really great, but he's the turnover guy.
I think for me, Smith is that glue for this team. He's the one who's able to run the offense, be able to take charge when needed.
Yeah, and obviously, he's the main ball handler on this team as well. Kind of gets it going, and Cox is the guy down low. And I think, for me, I think that's also the presence that Battery Creek is missing, is that, down low, I think once you get away from Ethan Cox, who else is going to be the presence down low? You
Right.
know? And somebody else has got to be able to play that guy on the inside. It's like it's Ethan Cox and a bunch of guards and so on. And there's sometimes where he does step away from the basket, and it's like, all right, cool, who's going to do the damage on the inside for this Dolphins team? Fripp, leading scorer on the night. Pass off the mark there. It's going to be a turnover to the hands of Seymour, and I think he's used to Williams or Simmons being in the corner there, and passed it to no one. I thought Fripp almost got another bucket on the inside there. Three ball off the mark there for Shuford. Rebound into the hands of Williams. Smith lines it up versus Andrews. Nice little mid-range pull-up there from about the charity stripe. Battery Creek now pulling ahead by 5. Excuse me, 6. I know math. Devin Fripp kind of pushing the pace there. He trying to answer back, same style. Him and Smith going at it.
See if Smith answers back here.
And I love the one thing I love about about Devin Fripp is what's going on when Devin Fripp touches the ball.
Right.
He's coming to score. We don't want to talk about it. There's no discussion. We don't need to have a meeting. We don't
Yeah.
He has the ball. He's trying to score the ball. Here comes Smith going against Fripp. 1-1 there in the transition. And Smith to draw the foul and head to the line for the third team foul for BA. And that's one thing that separates as well when you talk about the competitiveness as well. They got to come away with these free throws, man. These empty trips to the line, they'll come back to bite you, especially later in games. Air ball from Smith from the line. Substitutions in for Battery Creek. And a turnover for BA. Cash trying to find someone, loses the handle though. Got it over to Coltrane, who draws the foul on his way up. Another empty trip to the line, put back by Andrews out of the scrum, no good. That's a rebound for Washington. Washington drive, kicks out to Powers to Seymour. Kirkland looking for him to have a great outing. He had one against Well Branch last week, where it seemed like he couldn't miss, but Seymour does come off the bench and also provide some great scoring as well, and that's what you're looking to see with Seymour. He's great, one of those people that are always around the ball, him and Kirkland, but he always comes in. Seymour always comes in and seems to get his 4 or 5 points there. Kicks it out to Powers, quick three. Cash trying to go to work. Triple team there. We'll talk about the aggressiveness on the defense. A smart call by Coach Andrews. And we'll take a break, ladies and gentlemen. We'll be right back here on Beaufort's Own. Start of the second quarter here on Beaufort Zone. Eagles with possession in the navy blue and light blue there. Or the powder blue, if you want to
I
call
thought
it
that
there.
was black unis for a second.
No, that's that navy blue.
It's
Deep in
real
the, what?
dark.
Well, no, it might be black.
I was like, that's a really dark navy blue. It might, it
I,
might be black.
it might be black. It might be black. It's black. It's black. It's black. Maybe my fault. My fault there. My fault. It is. You won the challenge. The fans don't know that. They probably thought it was navy
just
blue.
so the fans know, BA's in the black unis, Battery Creek's in the white unis.
Yeah, I don't like your tone, bro. You gotta handle me like that. You know what I'm saying?
What?
It's just colors, man. It's just colors. It's just color. Roy G. Biv, man. Roy G. Biv.
It wasn't like that. All right.
Roy G. Biv. It's okay. Fripp on the drive. Runs in the tie up with two of the best defenders on the team from Battery Creek. And
Yeah.
Williams and Smith comes right back, and there's Fripp, but that one falls off the rim. I was about to say, you want to talk about how aggressive he is in the scoring category. Gonna take it away, grab it right back, and then go right back up for a mid-range. And Simmons fighting down low, one of the shorter guys on the court, but Fripp's got it back, and he's on the push.
Nice passing drill by Battery Creek.
And Williams all the way up front for the lay in the finish. Up front, Simmons. Great defense right there. Shuford getting the block. Shuford now with it, driving down the near line. Andrews left open for three. Can't finish. Rebound Williams. Getting tied up. The help defense is there for the Eagles. Smith drives, gives it off to Simmons. Simmons to Williams. Back to Simmons. Bit of a far pass there. Simmons drives, finds Cox in the corner. Williams, three ball off the mark. Doe accidentally getting in the way. Still Eagles ball here. On the move, Shuford right hand, almost getting an and one there, but draws the foul, go to the line to shoot two.
Yeah, BA's fighting hard right now. Just Battery Creek's size has been a bit of a factor in the game.
Yeah, and then just overall, you're trying to get around these guys, and most of them are, taller and longer, and just as athletic, and that's what people talk about size, and this is the type of size where the size, I don't want to say mismatch, but the size advantage you want to talk about, right? So there's some people that say, oh yeah, we need size, we need bigger guys, we need taller guys, we need like your guys, but are they athletic? And in this case, when you have the guy in this kind of matchup, these aren't the tallest, most athletic guys, right? Because there's more guys that 6'5", 6'6" that can play ball, right?
Right.
But in this game right there, they have the advantage with the 6'1", 6'2" guys over BA, and they're just as athletic.
And you look at what their court, who their five on the court right now is. I mean, you got basically four guards and a forward on there.
And they're just moving the ball. Cox tried to drive in there off the mark. Doe looking for somewhere to go. Gets out to Smith, who's going to take his time, trying to go to work there. Guarded by Shuford. Not able to finish. Grabs it on a rebound, puts it back up in there. Spin move, Simmons. The putback no good on the help there by Williams.
Relentless defense by Battery Creek here.
Yeah, and just hounding. And, they're not letting Beaufort Academy find any room right now. And they're keeping this lead steady.
I think that was one of the things looking at their game yesterday against May River is once Battery Creek settled down, they were able to play some real solid defense. And, it was it was to the point where while May River was making shots and they were getting some points, they were having to make tough shots against this Battery Creek team, and sometimes that can be a problem.
Yeah, and I think another bucket there for Fripp. But I think, with Battery Creek, and how they've played, I just don't think so far their offense has been able to keep up with their defense, right? When they played
Right.
May River, you played a team who was just as good as you defensively, but probably a little bit way better offensively.
Yeah.
And that created a problem there for you, right? Because when you had your opportunities for your tougher buckets, you weren't able to come away. While May River, they were coming away with those shots because you've had some open threes here that they haven't been able to hit. May River, when they were left open for three, they were hitting those at a high percentage. It's Tyshawn Simmons, and right there you see the air ball, but the putback by Ethan Cox, and I think that was the difference in that game yesterday. May River was finishing those open opportunities for three. Battery Creek one away. Defense there by Ethan Cox. Simmons on the drive. Tries to finish. High rolling layup there. Outside, no good. Cox, the rebound, was a little bit of a backwards pass there. Wide open for three. More awkward shooting formation. Shooting motion there. Good.
Looks like a personal foul on number 10 for Beaufort Academy there. And it's going to be a couple shots here for Battery Creek. Looks like Ethan Cox will take the shots.
Oh for 2 for Mr. Cox at the line.
Oh, two more shots. Must have been a double technical, perhaps. There was a personal foul on one of them. Maybe the other one was possibly a technical. And Tyshawn Simmons makes one of two. Gives Battery Creek a 32-13 lead. And they will get the ball back here after 4 foul shots. And another foul on Beaufort Academy.
Yeah, racked them up really quickly there.
Unfortunately, those 4 foul shots, 1 for 4 on those 4. Tyshawn Simmons making the one and only foul shot there. Good shot by Ethan Cox. And Battery Creek extends their lead 34-13. Relentless defense again by Battery Creek.
And Smalls diving on the court there.
BA ball.
Nice work trying to get it up to Coltrane, trying to go one-on-one down there and try to get the bucket there, trying to keep the ball flowing, able to draw the foul and go to the ground there, and that's 5 for Battery Creek.
The foul will be on, I believe, Tyshawn Simmons. Five team fouls on the Dolphins, 3 team fouls on the Eagles. So a little more fouling in this game than what we saw in the first game.
Yeah, it hit pretty early. Both teams have been pretty heavy first quarter, close to getting into the bonus. And this one, Battery Creek, all the way into the bonus, and 3 quick team fouls. It was almost a clean quarter for BA halfway through, and they racked up 3 in almost 30 seconds.
Yeah, ball's They ran into a wall of Tyshawn Simmons right there.
There we go. Andrews on the drive, floater, no good. Simmons tips it out, tries to throw it back in, but going to call it out. Still going to be Eagles ball. That's where it was going to go almost anyway. All right. Inside to Schufert. Schufert, nice find on the inside. Nice
Good.
pass in this alley. Three ball left wide open for Simmons, off the mark. Tyshawn Simmons with the rebound, trying to go back in, drive in the finish. Tyshawn Simmons. Schufert now on the handle and try to turn around and pass it back to Sally. His pass is off the mark there.
I love watching Tyshawn Simmons play. A very fundamentally sound basketball player who can drive in for a layup.
Yeah, I like Simmons because Simmons is one of those guys that I like that when you play basketball, you can really go in and get your shot. He's one of those guys that, you know, he can win in the ISO ball situations. A lot of guys, it's a lot of team ball. It's a lot of it, and what you need, because ISO ball isn't team ball, but he can play both. But sometimes you need that guy that can get into the ISO, especially when you're struggling to find shots as a team. All right, get it to Tyshawn Simmons and let him go to work for a couple of possessions and at least try to get us a point, you know, get a bucket or two.
Yeah.
And then let us get back to team ball. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, good shot by Jeremiah Rivers on the other side of the court there for Battery Creek to extend their lead. And then looks like Jalen Coltrane is going to shoot a couple.
Yeah, foul on Battery Creek in the bonus here, so. And an open 3 for Simmons off the mark. Smalls with the steal in transition. And 3 ball off the mark. Athletic Smalls gets in there, grabs another rebound. Mid-range shot no good for Rivers. Possession going to the Eagles. Up front, Coltrane trying to drive on the inside. Can't finish on his shot attempt. It leaves Simmons alone up front, gets the easy 2. Schufert looking for some room. Nice ball movement. Can't get the bucket to follow there. Coltrane on the putback and 1. Simmons will take a break. Incoming Devin Powers. Sally there. I caught that. Sally pulling a little Draymond Green. He tried to untie Powers' shoe when he first came in. I saw that little sneak there. Nobody caught it. I wish I had the camera right there. Oh, my God. It was Sally, sneaky guy. I caught that.
That's got to be in the highlights.
It's
tonight.
not. The camera wasn't there. I didn't. It's not on coverage. I wish it was there though.
Dang.
That was hilarious.
It was like, hey, how you doing?
Untie his shoe. Refs looking the opposite way. Powers just got subbed in and was just standing there trying to fix his jersey, like tuck it in the right way.
What's up, man?
He was like, "What's up, man?" And he was trying to untie the shoe, man. That's hilarious, man. Oh, I got the clock rolling here. My bad. Powers left open. His shot no good, maybe because his shoe's a little loose. There's Andrews trying to push, and Smalls getting back on the defense with the hustle play. 45 seconds left to go. Seymour for the corner, 4-3.
Another good shot by Coltrane.
Yeah, I messed up the scoreboard there for a second there. 43-23 correct score. Apologize. And that's going to be the end of the first half. Battery Creek up by 20 over BA. 43-23 when we return here on Beaufort's Own.
Beaufort is the kind of place you never want to leave. So what better place to build, live out dreams, and carve the future? A place for creators to converge and connect. The innovators, the moneymakers, the collaborators, those who imagine a new Beaufort and beyond. A place that intersects diversity, deep historical roots, and modern technological advancements. A place to scale your business and build your brand. We're the Beaufort Digital Corridor, your co-working space, business incubator, and technological hub. Welcome to your place to do more. Beaufort is the kind of place you never want to leave. So what better place to build, live out dreams, and carve the future? A place for creators to converge and connect. The innovators, the moneymakers, the collaborators, those who imagine a new Beaufort and beyond. A place that intersects diversity, deep historical roots, and modern technological advancements. A place to scale your business and build your brand. We're the Beaufort Digital Corridor, your co-working space, business incubator, and technological hub. Welcome to your place to do more.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, here on Beaufort's own start of the second half. Battery Creek with a 20-point advantage over Beaufort Academy, looking to go back to work here inside the third quarter and continue to expand on that lead. What do you think happened there that could change in this first half that maybe might help BA get back into this game?
Well, that doesn't help right there, but I think for them, they just gotta. I think they're gonna need to find more shots outside of the three-point line. They are having a really difficult time both in the mid-range and inside the paint. I just think the three-point shot is gonna be their real sole chance, of trying to get back into this ball game. As much as I hate saying that, because I would like to see them be able to find some success inside the paint. They just, in terms of size, I just don't think they have enough to be able to get any in the paint shots unless they get a wide open layup.
Well, I don't know if three's been in because they haven't really been successful at that, right?
They haven't been successful at that, but so far in that first half, mid-range hasn't really worked for them, and neither has inside the paint. It's almost like you just got to find ways to get open, and it's been real difficult in this first half for BA.
I think they've just got to make the shots that they are, afforded. And, as simple as that sounds, they've had opportunities where we talk about it on the inside for them, where they've been able to get on the inside and they've been able to get those shots. But I think Fripp, he take a long break and, Fripp is on his way to the talk to coach right now. He's, just getting subbed out and, started the second half. And, Fripp, he's your main guy as far as scoring wise. And, I think Fripp has half of the points here for BA.
Yeah.
If I'm not mistaken, that's not without looking at the official stat sheet, but I think he does. And if he's spending long amounts of time and you're 30 seconds into this one and Fripp's going to the bench right now waiting to be subbed out with Coltrane, that's an issue in itself. And I think it's because he might be in foul trouble. That's the one thing I don't like about not having 100% official stats right here, but that's one of those things right there where, if your main scorer is out, somebody else has got to break through.
I mean, Devin's not overly happy right now, and I don't blame him. I mean, it's been a difficult first half. I mean, he got off to that hot start early in the first quarter, but after that, it's been real difficult for him and the rest of BA to find some shots.
Let's see right there, that shot off the mark. There's opportunity in the middle there. So you want to talk about there, but they get the second chance opportunity, so they got to finish all of those whenever they get the chance. And consistent fouls aren't helping. Team foul, that's going to be number 3 for BA, and we're less than a minute into the third quarter.
Yeah, and that's not going to help them in getting back into this ball game if they have a chance. And the fouls are not going to help whatsoever. And like you said, 3 fouls already in this second half. And there's foul number 4. It's starting to get really ugly for BA.
Yeah, and I mean, it already is. I mean, they're already down by 20, but you kind of come into the half with some kind of positivity and, a game plan to really get back into this. And now Battery Creek, Battery Creek isn't doing anything special right now. Everybody says, oh, yeah, it's a strategy drawing fouls. Well, it's also a strategy if you're on defense to not foul.
Yeah, the problem for me with BA is 4 fouls in less than a minute is not a great, probably the worst possible way to start off the second half, and that's a travel.
And that's a travel, and that's
mistakes. Mistakes. That so far with just over a minute into this second half, mistakes have been an issue already for BA.
Cox left open for 3, and the big guy puts one down to the bottom of the net. And Andrews was trying to wait to pick that one up for some reason through traffic. Nice defense with Coltrane getting back in transition. So that you're going to need some more of that tenacity in that one. Schuford out near the three-point line trying to find some room. Double team, gets it over to Andrews, able to pull a 3. And off the mark, Ethan Cox with the rebound up front. And Simmons trying to answer back his 3 off the mark as well. The big guy Goggle in, trying to run the floor for the Eagles. And now they draw their first foul.
Yeah, we saw it was a bit of a more high foul first half than we saw in that first game we had between, of course, Whale Branch and Royal Live Oaks. It was much more of a clean first half compared to this one. But this second half, I mean, especially for BA, it's just been fouls all over the place.
They make the first one, and that's, something that's important if you're going to get back into this one in the second half. If you're going to get fouled, when you get your fouls, you got to go to the line, and you have to make them. You can't. Battery Creek, like I said, 4 fouls, haven't really taken 100% advantage of those 4 team fouls. And they're streaky at the free throw line. He dives for that one into the bleachers, down a man right now. Able to get back, still a turnover. Schuford bounce past the Coltrane, loses the handle, tries to go back up. And Smith just kind of backs out the way. That's one of those sneaky defensive things where you see, and they talk about that too as well. And that was a great move by Smith, where in normal situations as a defender, knowing when the person with the ball handler is going to throw their shoulder into you for a little bit of leverage, to just kind of move out the way and let them fall on their own. And that's kind of what Smith did there.
And jump ball goes, it'll be BA basketball.
Schuford to Andrews. Trying to get around Simmons and Smith. Does. Cash is open. Trying to cash one in, but off the mark, and the putback is good.
Yeah.
Wilson Sally.
Yeah, Cash was trying to cash in his check, baby.
Cash in the opportunity there, right? Well, trying to spark something for this Beaufort Academy Eagles squad. It's a solid defense right there from Gunnar Andrews. Simmons goes inside trying to use the height. Cash is there. Cash looking for some room. An on-floor foul right there.
I was about to say Ethan Cox was wincing as he came down. He must have landed on his elbow funny a little bit. And he's
Trying out the subs.
Yeah, putting the subs in. Ethan was coming off a little with that one arm just hanging down to his side a little bit.
Yeah, last
maybe
game.
maybe a little numb on that arm.
Andrews to Coltrane. Coltrane trying to go to work. Draws a shooting foul. He'll go to the line to be able to shoot here.
Yep. Devin Powers stays in for Battery Creek. In comes, let's see, Trayvon Seymour, Tyshawn Simmons, Jamar Kirkland, and of course, Jeremiah Rivers. And of course, Devin Fripp still on the bench for BA right now. And I can just see from where we're standing right now, he's not happy at the moment.
And probably, not getting back in because you take him out this early, it's got to be a situation where he might have fouled out at this point in there.
That might be the case.
Nice reverse layup for Devin Powers there, but off the mark, the drive and the finish right there from Nick Schuford.
Yeah, and Schubert's had a couple good buckets in this game. I would love to see a little bit more out of him.
Rivers on the drive, kicks it out to the corner to Kirkland. Kirkland going baseline up, can't get the layup to go over two defenders. Able to recover, gets it to Powers to Seymour, back to Powers. Pump fakes the three, finds Rivers on the arc. Seymour behind the three, he pulls, no good. And a rebound for Mr. Gunnar Andrews. Trying to get around Powers on the defense. Wide open three, Wilson Sally off the mark, rebound Cash, back out to Sally. Schufert, Andrews. Andrews slows it down a little bit, guarded by Powers. Here comes the help from Kirkland. Gets it to Cash, sidestep, mid-range two, off the mark. Kirkland the rebound, pushing the pace for the Dolphins. Kirkland thought he's gonna keep it himself, tosses it down to Powers, draws the foul, and he'll go to the line for the Dolphins. And that'll be foul number 5, the bonus for the Dolphins.
Look like you're shadow boxing like Jake Paul over there.
I would never. It's disgusting.
I thought I'd get a kick out of you with that one, man.
He got what we knew should have happened, man. He's fighting celebrities and trying to tell everybody he's a real boxer. Like, come on, man. Yeah, probably.
Bull.
Are you probably good enough to beat the average guy? 100%. But trying to say you're a real boxer in a profession, and either the boxing world did not like that, and I hate that they gave him accredited wins for basically celebrity boxing fights. I hated that.
Yeah.
I hated that. And Joshua showed him, and obviously there was a weight disadvantage there. He's more of a cruiserweight than a heavyweight there, so it was a mismatch. But
Yeah.
if he fought a real boxer his size, I don't think he would fare well. 3 ball off the mark for Kirkland. Rebound Seymour. Seymour goes back up and 2 on the board. Trayvon Seymour gets the steal, goes back up, draws the foul. Can't get the and 1, but it'll go to the line to shoot 2. Bonus for Battery Creek. And it was a shooting foul either way. So
Yeah. 3-3 ball game over at Kyle Field in College Station, Texas. Texas A&M and Miami tied at 3 with under 2 minutes to go in the
yeah,
in the
Battery Creek, you looky, I love you, man. CFP weekend, man. CFP weekend, baby.
Had a great game last night between Oklahoma and Alabama.
No, we
Alabama
didn't. Roll Tide.
Alabama shut it. Alabama coming back from down 17 points to win
Tide,
a 34 to 24 game.
You gotta play your full game, baby.
27 unanswered points through that third quarter.
57 on the board for the Dolphins.
And by the way, that loss makes Oklahoma 0-5 in the playoffs. 0-5.
Well, that's what we say about the Big Ten. Here's my thing. A lot of people hate the advantage that the SEC gets, but when the SEC is the only conference that has a clear, in a way, winning record when facing other conferences, and it's by 50 games. Everybody else is barely above 500 or below 500, and that's just history.
Yep.
3 ball rims in for Gunnar Andrews. Seymour has it going the other way, gets it out to Kirkland. Kirkland for 3, get it out the net. (61-33). 5-4 on the team fouls there.
Yep. That foul on Jamar Kirkland.
And that's going to be foul number 5, so it evens up the bonus count here.
I'm wondering more and more as we are going through here in the third quarter if Devin Fripp may have, in fact, fouled out.
I think he did, because I don't find no way that he wouldn't be in. There's no reason to, have him on the bench to the fourth if you.
But that would, that would have meant he would have had at least 3 or 4 fouls in the first half, and I was just kind of shocked because I didn't notice he had that many fouls already.
Yeah, but you gotta keep him in. But he, probably was part of that career, like I said, you had 4 fouls in the first minute. So
Right.
even if he had 3 in the first half, which is very feasible, right? You sit him down for a little bit. Okay, cool, we're going to sit you down. That's why he was absent in that second quarter. 3 fouls were going to serve you for the second half. But then you come out, if you get 2 quick fouls, out of those 4,
Yep.
dangerous
Ooh,
territory.
Miami scores a touchdown with 1:44 left in the fourth, so it's 10-3 in favor of Miami.
Uh-oh.
You know what
Uh-oh.
I'm liking about this year's first round compared to last year's?
What's
We
that?
don't have blowouts so far.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, average, differential last year was 19 points in the first round of the college football playoffs. So,
Well, I think, they did what they should have did, before. Instead of giving an automatic bye the conference champions, they said, hey, you're in, but you're playing based off where you're ranked. And that makes the games a little bit more competitive there.
Gunnar Andrews with a good shot and another bucket by Gunnar Andrews. 2 straight buckets for number 5 for Beaufort Academy.
I missed the score somewhere in there. It's 39-61. Still in favor of Battery Creek, but I missed something there. Fire the scoreboard operator.
Gunnar Andrews again.
Yeah, and firing, trying to get the trying to get the Eagles back into this one, and that's one of the things that I always say of note. The Beaufort Academy play well enough for Coach Brown to put the starters back in.
Yeah.
That'll make you feel good about yourself and a little bit of pride.
Jump.
And
Yeah.
for them, I don't think it'll be pride for them because they'll be like, hey, you see the starters come back in after this, you get the game back close and they put the starters back in and
Yeah.
the starters
Good
run
night.
run the score back up. It kind of deflates all your progress, right? Because you realize at that point that you were running against the second unit, but
Yeah.
it would still be a source of pride if you can get them
Yeah.
to put those starters back into the.
Good bucket there a few seconds ago by Tyshawn Simmons. Right in the paint, underneath the basket.
Seymour finds Powers up front, could take his time to make that 2 there. Andrews kicks it. Sally, corner 3, good. 20-point matchup, full court. Kirkland misses. Powers, the putback, no good. Third chance, it's good. Andrews goes around, goggle, easy bucket. He's got 2. Taking turns running the court here. Rivers, Simmons, left open. 3 ball off the mark. Rebound, Andrews. Excuse me, that was Schuford Sally that gets it over to Andrews for the 3. He's off the mark. That's going to be the end of the third quarter. We're going to take a break, ladies and gentlemen. We'll be right on back here on Beaufort's Own. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, here on the Beaufort's Own, start of the fourth quarter. Battery Creek up by a clean 20 here over Beaufort Academy.
Starters back in for BC, and Devin Frett for BA's back in, so he didn't foul out, but I have a feeling he's probably at 4 fouls or something
Yeah,
like that.
he definitely, if you sit him out that long, it's one of your leading scorer here. But I think that might have changed with Andrews kind of taking the pace there in that third quarter in the absence of Frep. And, that's kind of what you wanted to see. You wanted to see somebody else take control there. And Williams to drive on the inside with the finish.
Good ball handling there by Tyree Smith. Good ball handling, good pass, good drive, good layup. And 22-point game in favor of Battery Creek. There'll be a foul on BC there. Send Gunnar Andrews to the line. Excited for the games coming up later on this afternoon.
Yeah, First Presbyterian, they've been good. I would have liked to see them with Malachi Furlow in that first round matchup versus the Bobcats. I think, it still probably would have went the Bobcats' way, but I think it would have been a better of a matchup when
Yeah.
you're losing one of your leading scorers on your
Yeah.
team absent in the first round there, and that put them in the consolation bracket, and now they'll be fighting for fourth and fifth place here tonight, and I think they'll take advantage of that matchup there versus Bethesda up next, and Smith gets one stuck
Yeah,
on the side of the rim.
That's our second stuck ball of the day. Whenever do you see that?
And a nice find down to Schufert.
BA's playing some better basketball here late in the third and fourth. I just think they're a little too far out of it here.
Simmons from a long way away.
It's going to be interesting for Battery Creek when they get into region play, of course, having to play Oceanside Collegiate, OW, Orangeburg Wilkinson, and of course North Charleston. Those three teams have always been an issue when it comes to men's basketball here in this region.
Yeah, it's a tough, and OW's on both sides. They're boys and girls.
Yeah, that girls
with
team is great. Yeah.
with basketball, but you just got some very good basketball clubs in this region, and Battery Creek trying to get back to that level of basketball. But you always wind up in a tough situation where because the teams are so good in the same region, coincidentally, in that area, they're all beating each other. And so when you talk about top rankings and things like that, what do you do?
Usually in that coaches poll, and we've been seeing lately in the coaches poll is Oceanside and Orangeburg sitting both in the top 5 for the 3A division overall.
And, it's just one of those things where you talk about, seeding and all those things like that. And, you're talking about you're looking at losses and wins and losses. What do you do when all of your losses are to the top teams in the state?
And the other thing is, Battery Creek's not only fighting with those three teams, you got Hanahan in the mix as well, and they're always a good program as well when it comes to basketball. So this is, I think,
Hanahan's solid in athletics in general.
Yeah, yeah. Well, and I think, they're playing in one of the most solid and most competitive regions in all of 3A, if not among some of the most competitive regions in all of South Carolina high school league basketball when you see who Battery Creek is going up against.
And that will be a fact. And, they're going to be in a position right now to kind of end, winter break, on a good note. I think they might be in that Bluffton Bobcat Classic next week, Christmas tournament.
Yeah, possibly.
And, they're going to that one and try to end the break on a good note for about 2 weeks.
Yeah, a lot of local teams in that tournament. I know Bridges Prep is one of the teams in that tournament, alongside Bluffton High School, of course. And,
Bluffton's in the Bluffton tournament?
Yeah. You didn't? Oh, really? You didn't know that? Oh, man. Yeah, it's going to be great. Of course, in a Bobcat Classic.
I wasn't expecting them to be there, man.
Yeah, I wasn't either. Yeah, it came as a shock to me. I was like, I think they'd want to be home for New Year's, but hey, But that should be a great tournament over a 2-day span over in Bluffton.
Yeah, it's gonna be a good one. I might pop out, just drive over there. Obviously, not covering it, but I might just pop in there. And
Of course, one other tournament going on today is, of course, the Hilton Head Holiday Classic.
the women's, yep.
Women's and men's.
Oh, they're women's and men's.
Yeah,
Well,
yeah.
double. Okay.
Yeah, they double it up because the men's have been playing in the auxiliary gym over at Hilton Head High School, while the women's have been in the main gym.
Okay.
So, great tournament over there. A lot more out-of-state teams in that tournament, but a couple local teams, including Denmark Olar, who took on Hilton Head High School earlier today in the men's game, and I believe Hilton Head High School took the win over Denmark Olar team, who's been very strong over the last
Denmark
couple
really
years.
local? I mean, it's in state, but not local.
Compared to the other teams, that are in that tournament, they're local.
But yeah, I would. Yeah, the great tournament over there, and who wouldn't want to go to Hilton Head, over break for a tournament if you're going to stay anywhere for
Yeah.
2-3 days, right? Obviously, probably hoping for a little bit of better weather there on Hilton Head as it's starting to cool down here near Christmas, but still good enough. I mean, I'm wearing shorts.
It's actually a beautiful day outside today. Despite it's a little nippy, but it's not bad.
It's better than the start of the week, right?
Oh God, yes.
We're getting down into those 20s. Yeah.
Nice 20 degrees. Felt like 11 on Monday morning. Great weather, love it.
I don't like this new stat. I think it's always been there, but I think everybody's paying attention to it more. The feels like. What is it when I walk outside? Don't give me two temperatures. I don't like that. Just give me one.
True.
Just give me one. How do I need to get dressed?
Yeah,
do I need to get dressed for 27 or 11? Which one? Yeah.
Well, either way, it's cold.
It's true, but those are, do I need to put on my long johns or not? Like, what do I need, man?
I do not have a pair of long johns, and Lord knows I could have used those on Monday.
It wasn't that bad. I just had on my nice little fleece.
The unfortunate thing was I was outside the entire day on Monday doing work over at Burton Wells Park, not far from here. Right down the road, actually.
Here we go. Simmons left over for three. Bottom of the net, and that's 80 for Battery Creek.
Yeah, nice, cool 80.
Well, that makes you feel good about yourself, You in a game with May River, and May River goes crazy and dominates that game, right? They put up 80 on day one really very easily. Didn't have most of their starters in for that. And Battery Creek now in the same position where, they didn't have their starters in for most of this matchup here today. And showing that they're still one of the top teams here tonight. And a third place finish when you got May River and Bluffton here. It's not really bad. You know what I'm saying? And so, of course, they would like to win those games. But, it kind of let them see where they're at,
Since being back into this game, Devin Fripp's been pretty quiet on the offensive side of the ball.
Yeah, I mean, you don't want to draw a foul if you're Devin Fripp, so you got to be
on the offensive side. You would like to see him try to draw a foul, not an offensive foul, of course, but
and a carry on Simmons, and no offensive player likes that call.
Nope.
No player on the handle ever gets a carry call.
It doesn't even matter what level of basketball you're playing. Nobody likes a carry.
You get the carry call, especially when you're moving to the basket on a nice move. You get a carry call. Nobody's like, hey, you know what? You're right. My fault, ref. Nobody ever does that.
Got a potentially good matchup coming up after this game. First preparatory Christian taking on Bethesda Academy, and both Georgia teams in this tournament going at it for the fourth and fifth place.
Bethesda though still in Skeeza though, which is.
I think they fit well in Skeeza though. I don't hate that they're in Skeeza.
Well, I'm not mad that they're Skeeza. I think it's interesting that they're Georgia and then they're
I mean, there used to be 3 or 4 teams from the Savannah area that were in Skeeza. Bible Baptist before they shut down. St. Andrews was in Skeeza at one point, and then you had, of course, Bethesda, and there was a 4th team. I just can't think of it.
Yeah, I just think it's interesting. There's no problem with me. It doesn't bother me at all. But I just thought it was an interesting note. That's all. Anecdote. Anecdote.
Yeah, now St. Andrews playing in the Georgia Independent School Association.
And the Giza?
Yeah, the Giza.
The Giza?
That's what it is, I'm pretty sure. It's the Giza. The good old Giza.
The good old Giza.
And First Preparatory, I think, is in the same thing as well in Giza. First Preparatory out of Hinesville, Georgia.
The Giza.
The Gaza. It could be the Gaza.
The Giza. Explosive athletes.
Oh, man. Just under 3 minutes to go here in this game.
Foul number 4 for the Dolphins. Racking it up. Well, that makes 5. Apologize.
You know, Battery Creek coming out of this tournament, obviously potentially playing in the Bobcat Classic. Not this next week, actually. Well, no, not next week. The following week. Sorry, that 30th and 31st. As they get done with tournaments and get ready for region play when they come back from the new year, what do you expect to see out of this team, Javon? I know you know Battery Creek well, being that Battery Creek alumni, and you watched this team enough times over the last couple seasons. What do you expect as they head into region play?
Their offense, I think I've been really impressed, you know, with the Dolphins team, especially since Coach Capers has been around and what they've been able to provide, you know, on the defensive side and how well they've played defense. But I think for Battery Creek, you know, the issue right now is they got to find a way to get buckets. And I think they can compete with anybody defensively. I think they're one of the better defensive teams all around. But when it comes to getting those tough buckets, who's your guy, who's your go-to guy? And it's too many times where it's kind of looking around, finding out where those buckets are going to go to. And I think you got Simmons, but you need somebody else to come along with that, especially when you come off the bench in those tough games.
Yeah.
You need somebody off the bench that can come in and help you out.
And for BA, on the other hand, BA, as they get out of this, they will start region play in the Skiza 2A division with, of course, in their same region, another one of the teams in this tournament, Bethesda Academy. You know, playing the likes of Bethesda, you know, Calden Prep, um, Thomas Hayward, and, you know, a lot of good, solid teams. Thomas Hayward struggling this year. Actually saw a score of JP2 men's basketball, who's had an incredible season so far. Actually had a tough loss to Wilson High School, a school we know well from watching them in both basketball and football over this past year.
Tigers.
JP2 lost by 10 in that game. Yeah, you know, the very strong JP2 team beat Thomas Hayward, scored 103 points on Thomas Hayward in the basketball game. You know, just and unfortunately, Thomas Hayward's a very young basketball team. And so Beaufort Academy has a chance outside of Bethesda. I think they're going to struggle a little bit against Bethesda. But outside of that, they have a really good chance, especially when they head into playoffs for 2A.
That's disgusting. 100 points.
Well, yeah, I'm trying to look at the score. It was like 103 to 22 or something like that.
That's disgusting. Off the rim there for Andrews. Cohen with the rebound, try to toss that, leads into a turnover. Sally keeps his toes behind the line, can't get the three to fall there. Cohen grabs another, gets it over to Kirkland, finds Powers. Nice ball movement from the second unit. Kirkland three off the mark. Powers getting his hands on another. You want to talk about what Powers has been doing down low here since he's been in. Battery Creek clearing it out. Kirkland trying to find a way to go, and that's going to be a travel. Schufert on the drive. Can't finish. Touch that from coming out of bounds.
Oh, I don't know about that.
I don't think he
cleared
before he grabbed that ball there.
Ooh. I wasn't sure. I was watching that as it happened. I don't think his foot touched that out of bounds, but hey, you know what? It is what it is. Around a minute and 40 to go in this game. I don't think don't think it truly matters in this one. Quick mop cleans, mop up some spots on the court.
You've got the nice floor cleaners now. You know, you don't got to get nobody to run down there and drop to their knees with a towel. And
You know who would though?
yeah, huh.
Jeff Riley.
Oh, yeah.
No one beats his mop skills.
Yeah, I mean, you always find somebody, but you mean talking about throughout the course of a basketball game trying to get down there.
It was
with
so
the
funny.
towels.
I was talking with Jeff Riley the other day, and he was like, "You know, I should have that Hardyville." And I was like, "What's that, Jeff?" And he was like, "Mopping 101." And I was like, "I'm down. Let me know when you get that class going."
Cash, step back, and the travel call on not Cash.
Not Cash asking why that was a travel. That was kind of obvious.
It's like, well, you moved your feet more times than you dribbled the ball. That's why big Tyshawn Simmons in the bucket on the inside. Andrews trying to go all the way. Hard foul. Andrews is down. So it looks like we'll take a.
Yeah, he landed a little hard there.
I think it's his wrist that was all right, and he's gonna get back up.
Yeah, ran into Tyshawn Simmons there. Yeah, not easy to score a layup against Tyshawn Simmons, especially when you're trying to go in there physically. He is a stone wall.
Andrews is all right. Gonna stay in there, shoot the free throws there.
Some of the next teams arriving for our next game here. First preparatory has just arrived.
Yep, walking in all casual.
Yep, they get ready for their game against Bethesda.
Yep, that's gonna be the sixth place game here tonight. Under a minute to go left in this one. Out of bounds, Dolphins ball. They lose Sally wide open, takes his time, can't finish the three. Rebound, Schubert, gonna try to clear it out there. Gonna be a foul. Beaufort Academy in the bonus. We got a moment here. Take a look at the bracket. Obviously, Battery Creek's gonna advance here by over Beaufort Academy. They're gonna finish third, which makes Beaufort Academy fourth. Will Branch seventh over Royal Live Oaks is eighth. We got first preparatory in Bethesda up for fifth versus sixth there. And then the championship to follow here at 5:30. Bluffton versus May River. A little bit of hint for region competition there.
Yeah, and it should be an exciting one too. Between I think two of the best teams in the LoCo right now in our area here, in Beaufort, Jasper, Colton, Hampton County area. I think Bluffton and May River are two of those top teams right now, and clearly we've seen that in this tournament so far against both Battery Creek and of course Bethesda and May River. Bethesda? Is it Bethesda?
Yep.
It was Bethesda. Yeah.
Andrews on the move, can't finish the three there here. Closing seconds. Simmons, opportunity to finish with the three ball, can't get it to go. And Battery Creek going to finish in third place here in the tournament with the 85-56 win over Beaufort Academy here. We'll follow up with First Preparatory versus Bethesda coming up next here on Beaufort's Own. We'll step away, ladies and gentlemen. We'll be right on back here in about 10. What's going on, everybody? Welcome back here live on Beaufort Zone. Start of matchup number 11 here today. This for the 5th and 6th place spots. Consolation champions here between First Preparatory in Bethesda. Bethesda in the white with the blue trim, and First Preparatory in white with the blue trim, and Bethesda with the navy blue and gold trim, Vegas gold trim. My name is Javon Livingston, alongside Mr. Max Siraj here on the commentary. Making it through here the 2025 John Drafts BC Classic Boys Basketball Tournament here before the start of Christmas break as we get ready to go. Three ball from the corner off the mark. Rebound by Jace Reed. And they try to go back to Jace Reed right there in transition, but blocked from behind. And on the move, there's Jackson. Jackson, the key piece for this Bethesda team, a little bit undersized, but has done his fair share of damage down low. But Dorsey, both the Dorsey brothers here tonight are going to be the key pieces for this Bethesda Academy team, Xavier and Zachary. Mid-range shot off the mark for McLeod, leading scorer in this tournament for this Bethesda team. Excuse me, First Preparatory team, apologize. There's Benton. There's Frollo in the corner, who missed game number 1 versus Bluffton. That sent First Preparatory towards the consolation bracket. 50% three-point shooter for this First Preparatory squad. You see him get going here tonight. And a travel call, so 0 scoring so far by just a minute and a half left in this, not left, but a minute and a half into this start of this game. Furlow, tossing inside, nice find. Reed and Dorsey getting tied up with it before losing control. Going out of bounds there. And another travel call. Everybody ready to go on vacation here after this game. There's a lot of travel calls there.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's it.
Well.
Where's Shaq? Where's Shaq? It's that DraftKings commercial. That's it? That's all you got?
That is all I got for that.
Well, at least Shaq
You
could
just
be like,
can't make those mistakes, I guess, would
funny.
be the way to put it. Especially this early in the game.
Cloud trying to go to work. Good defense from Jackson. Long three in there. Goes Benton to break this one open.
Finally, we were heading towards the 5-minute mark without a score.
And there goes McLeod, and they're starting to open up a little bit here. Tipped by Jace Reed. And last touch. Made by Cameron Young. Sorry, it's King Stewart. Nice putback finish, Davion Clark.
All of a sudden, a 7-point lead for First Preparatory. No score through the first almost 3 minutes of this game, and now it's a 7-point lead in favor of First Preparatory, the Highlanders.
And an and one, and Dorsey breaks through and put 2 on the board for Bethesda.
Great game yesterday between Bethesda and Whale Branch. Back and forth battle. It all came down to the wire in the end of it. Probably one of the best games we've had so far this tournament.
Yeah, pretty good. Like I said, this game, First Preparatory versus Bluffton, was a pretty good game. Until Bluffton was just able to break away there. First Preparatory, 3rd team foul here.
Yeah, foul on Davion Clark, the sophomore guard.
Playing aggressive on the defense, but that's one thing about the defense being aggressive. Sometimes it kind of bites you a little bit. Dorsey taking advantage, being able to make the first of 2 free throws here.
The 3 team fouls for First Preparatory already.
Can't make the second. Tossed up front to Benton. Benton trying to go to McLeod. Off the mark, Clark gets it back. Looking for some space. Try to get it to a safe handler. There goes McLeod trying to calm it down. Benton to Clark down low. Try to post move. Jackson on the defense gets the turnover. Up front, Dorsey gets a tip from behind Jace Reed. Benton trying to go to work against Dorsey. Gets it over to Furlow. Furlow sizing up Dorsey. And can't make the bucket. Gets his own putback and good. Malachi Furlow.
And he's been an absolute animal for First Preparatory so far this year. Just missing that one game against Bluffton. Could have made a difference for them in that first game.
And sometimes with these tournaments, you draw the tough call, the tough matchup early, and that's what they did. Team foul number 4.
Furlow averaging around 14, just around 14 and a half points a game. Around a 48 field goal percentage for Furlow throughout the season, which is extremely impressive. And the same thing goes for Davion Clark, both of them at 48% from the field.
I think what's more impressive is Mr. Stewart coming away from this line 2 for 2, which has been rare, seems like, in this tournament for free throws to be made. And not exactly free, I guess. Benton, nice spin move in traffic. Underhand layup, though, off the mark. Turn of the rebound. That's Xavier Dorsey with the handle, bringing it across half court. And drives through the lane. Point blank. The layup there was a tough one, but couldn't finish.
And the ball will go back to Bethesda. The ball came off of Davion Clark's hand. Furlow averaging 14.6 a game. Davion Clark averaging 13.9, so almost 14 points as well per game. Go back to Bethesda.
Just Less than a 3 to go. Turner looking for somewhere to inbound, and that goes through the hands of Gaskins. McLeod takes it. He goes the opposite way. Can't finish. The rebound, put back, no good. Second chance opportunity doesn't pan out for the Highlanders. Going back the other way after Bethesda couldn't finish. Long three for Benton off the mark. He had some confidence in that shot there. Jackson. Gaskins back to Jaskin. Jackson back to Gaskins. Carol Baskin. My bad, I'm just playing. But anyway, here we go. Malachi Furlow, tough drive. Shot gets deflected from behind. Benton in the corner for another three-point opportunity, and it's good.
Good tight game so far. Great defense by both teams here in this first quarter. Just under 2 minutes to go here in the first quarter. Good pass by Furlow. Good shot by number 3, Brandon Benton. And we'll have a timeout here.
We'll take a break, and we'll be right back here on Beaufort Zone. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, here on the Beaufort's own start of the second quarter. First Preparatory looking to keep on with the lead. It's a 3-ball out of the corner for Bethesda, who's trying to climb back in this one. The putback, no good. Third chance is good. Zachary Dorsey. Doing a great job fighting their way back into this game, taking advantage of being in the bonus, going 2 for 2, and now a travel call there on Nate Coles. Now got to give an opportunity for the Blazers here to hit a tire, take the lead here in this possession. Taken away immediately, Highlanders on the move. Furlow taken right back by Turner. Turner to Turner, down to Jackson corner. Dorsey drives inside from the three-point line. Nice way to try to finish, but can't get it to go back. Gets his own rebound, back up and in. Zachary Dorsey rocking the Kareem Abdul-Jabbar's, the sporter goggles.
And look at that, we're tied.
Tied up here, all at 14.
Good game so far. I like this though, nice competitive game. We haven't been able to see much of that today.
Yeah, and it's great. And, you know, we want to talk about both of these teams that, you know, First Preparatory, like I said, they played undermanned in that first game, right? And that's into the consolation bracket. And Bethesda, I think they were just outmatched. Obviously, it seems like May River is one of the better of the teams. They're heading to that championship. So it's unfortunate that your one loss is to a championship team. And then they played great versus handled Royal Live Oaks pretty easily yesterday and able to advance here to the consolation championship. But like I said, the farther you go, the more competitive these games are supposed to get. And you know, these are, you know, they're going to finish in the top 6 here. This game for 5th and 6.
Speaking of May River, look who's arrived over in the rafters up there.
Well, I like that they're a little bit early. A lot of teams, they show up like, you know, 5 minutes, you know, before their games and are like, we're talking about getting some time to stretch or something.
Speaking of May River, our next game here on Beaufort Town will be the championship game for the John Drafts Battery Creek Classic. And quite the rivalry, too. Bluffton taking on May River.
Yeah, and 3-ball off the mark for Benton. And the putback no good. Turner, another attempt there. Another rebound. They're doing very great on the offensive boards here. Can't get a bucket to follow. Benton taking it full court, stripped from behind by Xavier Dorsey. Wants about the hustle defense.
Yeah, very fast-paced from these two teams so far. Bethesda kind of likes to run that fast-paced offense. So.
And the spin move in for Furlow, the and one. Beautiful play.
We talked about Furlow being out for that game against Bluffton. David Clark kind of stepped in that spot, that role for, of course, Brandon Benton as well, to try to make it as close of a game as they possibly could have against Bluffton. But without Furlow, I think it was going to be hard for them to have a shot of winning against what has been a really strong Bluffton team this year.
And Dorsey taking turns, passing it between him and Jordan Turner. Back to Dorsey. Dorsey, nice pass out to Jackson. Ball movement. There's Platts, mid-range. No good. Dorsey rebound, like I said, once again, great on the offensive board. Can't get the putback to go, and they grab another one. Jackson with it now for the Blazers. Platts to Dorsey. Jackson trying to work on the inside. Shot gets blocked there by Furlow, taking away the size advantage there for the Highlanders. He goes all the way, can't finish. Jackson gets the defensive rebound on the opposite side, and he tries to go coast to coast and split the defenders there. There's a lot of hustle here, you know, from both teams. They're just staying aggressive, and I don't know the exact numbers, but offensive boards-wise, Bethesda has to be killing right now.
Yeah.
They are, you know, they can't get the buckets to go for as many rebounds that they have, but, man, they are.
Real defensive game from both of these teams right now. It's been really fun to watch. With about just around,
Just over 5 left to go.
yeah, just over 5 left in the first half. A great defensive game.
Jackson, nice find to Cook, can't finish.
Another jump ball. And this time it'll go to first preparatory.
Inbounds to McLeod, guarded by Jackson. McLeod drives on the inside, right hand, no good. Jackson grabs the rebound, gets it over to Dorsey. And a travel call.
Yeah.
King Stewart. Where you going, son?
Shane Smith, head coach of First Preparatory, sitting down there with the green sweatshirt there. And of course, Clyde Wormley, the head coach for the Bethesda Blazers.
That one called on Bartlett. Excuse me, not Bartlett, Cook. It's 3-4 Bethesda.
Nice to see some fans from First Preparatory making the trip out from Hinesville today.
Yeah, and it's always, a lot of teams, everybody's getting ready for the holidays, so, everybody doesn't foul in like a one-on-one game. And, with basketball, for some reason, when you say tournament, it doesn't really fill up that well sometimes.
Right.
I think volleyball, those teams normally travel well for tournaments along with wrestling. That's part of the community for wrestling.
Yeah.
Drive all the way and one. Xavier Dorsey to the line.
And a chance to tie the ball game back up here with just around 4 minutes to go. Can he complete the and one?
Does not, and they've been clean from the free throw line here in the first half. And, that's what I mean. I say this all the time, and I say this a lot in contested, really close games, especially when a team's battling back. Getting a run, tying the game, getting the game in one possession, all of those things are different from taking the lead.
Look who's out there going on the mop band.
Coach Brown helping out.
Head coach of Battery Creek. Great win for Battery Creek boys today over Beaufort Academy. Kind of expected that to be, the situation there, but they were very impressive on offense and even more impressive on defense today.
Yeah, there's sitting in that, that spot where you want to talk about, teams that are, I think there was a discussion about whether whether a person is a Hall of Famer, a Hall of Famer, or if they were just very good. And they call it the Hall of Very Good. I think Battery Creek is in that situation where they're a very good team, but they're not a great team yet right now. But they're building, and they're there. And, they got some growing pains to go through the season. They're still very good. They could beat a lot of teams. They give a lot of teams a competition. But then you go to that upper classification and you want someone getting those deep playoff runs, that's where they're going to have the problem. That's where they're going to have the biggest challenge. And you want to see them be able to get there.
The funniest thing for Battery Creek is they're not they're a younger kind of team. They still got a lot of juniors on that team that should be here next season and be a key factor for them. And I'm intrigued to see if the realignments become official, them sitting in 2A, how they can compete against some of the teams in 2A basketball next season. It's just all these things regarding the upcoming realignments for South Carolina High School League. And of course, the proposal that came out and was made public yesterday, with all these teams that could be potentially moving around, especially here in the local area.
Yeah, everybody's going to be a lot of people in different classifications. For us, mostly that 4A region is staying the same. 2A is getting a little bit of shake up. 2 and 1A getting a little bit of shake up for us and teams in Beaufort County.
Yeah, 1A is going to expand to about anywhere from 66 to 72 teams um, if that proposal becomes official. 2-point game, about 3 minutes to go. Great game, great defensive game so far from both of these teams. Very low scoring, but been a lot of fun to watch.
Betting with more to go. Over to Furlow. Furlow to McLeod being harassed right now by Cook on the defensive side. Cook almost takes it away. And whistle there, we're talking about some aggressive defense. And that's going to be on the floor and foul number 5 for Bethesda.
Nick Jackson comes back into the game.
And 2 for 2 goes McLeod.
4-point game. May River heading to the locker rooms, getting ready for the championship game, which will be the next game here at the BC Classic, and to the game to close it out.
Another foul right there on Bethesda.
Wow, high fouls here in this second quarter.
Yeah, and it's going to continue to add up. And like I said, you got 3 minutes to go, and if they could come away clean, and that's what Bethesda was doing that got them back into that game. First Preparatory got into a lot of foul trouble. They were going to the free throw line, and they were sinking those shots.
Yeah.
You want to talk about keeping them in when you're in actual basketball play, you're not finding a shot, and that's big. So that's 3 in a row right there for First Preparatory. One for 2 coming away from the line there. Jackson, the drive, tough finish.
Teetering on the edge.
Pass down low, goes to Furlow, turns around, able to get 2.
5-point game.
Pass tipped away.
I think the question is, going into the half, who's going to have that momentum going into the half to come out into the second half? And, in Bethesda's case, I think they would hope to have that momentum so they can have a chance to get back in this ball game. But here comes First Preparatory.
And they're trying to take it away. McLeod, second chance points put back. Third chance. Fighting inside, blocked from behind. Fourth chance here. Now trying to go into a little bit of a half-court set there. 3 ball off the mark for Benton. McLeod, 5th. 6th chance.
My God.
And Bolly Dorsey got the cleanest handle, and now they're going to call a jump ball.
I don't think it was a jump ball. I think they called a foul on Furlow. I think they called a foul on Furlow. Yeah, over the back foul. Either over the back foul or a hold on Furlow. Hot potato taking place there. Another passing mistake by Bethesda.
Nice bounce pass transition. Benton moving it out. Ball poked away there. Benton sizing up Turner, hands it off to Furlow. Long three from McLeod off the mark.
1 minute to go. Just about.
Inside Dorsey, hard fall. So he's trying to go inside.
Another foul on Furlow. He's got to be careful here. He could be in
Some
already
foul
in
trouble
some foul
late
trouble.
into the game, right?
Yeah. And for him, as one of probably the most dominant player for this first preparatory team, you do not want to lose him for most of the second half, especially with it being as close of a game as it is right now.
This is the second. Benton open for a three, can't get it to fall. Rebound going back up. Foul call to the line. Elijah Bartlett.
With 30 seconds to go here.
Trying to drive, trying to find something, make some action here. Jackson Ruff trying to go all the way.
There's like a foul. Oh, no, a travel called on Bethesda. I'll be on Jackson. With about 18 seconds to go here. And I think first preparatory is going to try to hold for the last shot, see if they can gain some more momentum as they head into the locker room to half. Here we go.
Definitely trying to get the final shot. Foul call and one. Robert McLeod.
And bucket will count, and there's the momentum they're looking for going into the half. About 3 seconds to go. McLeod completes the and one. And it is now a 9-point ball game.
That one going way into the rafters there. That's going to do it for the first half of action. We'll take a break, ladies and gentlemen, here on Beaufort Zone. We'll be back. Second half action right after this.
Beaufort is the kind of place you never want to leave. So what better place to build, live out dreams, and carve the future? A place for creators to converge and connect. The innovators, the moneymakers, the collaborators, those who imagine a new Beaufort and beyond. A place that intersects diversity, deep historical roots, and modern technological advancements. A place to scale your business and build your brand. We're the Beaufort Digital Corridor, your co-working space, business incubator, and technological hub. Welcome to your place to do more.
Welcome back, everybody, here live on the Beaufort Own. Start of the second half consolation bracket champion matchup, 5th and 6th place here on the line. First Preparatory with advantage up 28-19. Nick that 30.
Good start for First Preparatory.
Yeah, they were on the roll there early. Of course, Bethesda got some early buckets, but then after that, it's pretty much been all First Preparatory. And Bethesda tried to creep their way back in there at the end of that quarter while being in the bonus and going 4 for 4 from the line. But then First Preparatory in that second quarter, they kind of pulled a little bit back away. But still, it was a 13-point gain here to start the second half. It's not insurmountable. Definitely a good quarter by Bethesda. Put them right back in it. Max, what are you looking to see from Bethesda here in the second half, man?
Just to be a little more sharp on offense, be able to drive. They got a little bit of size. They've been able to drive in and make some buckets, but I think they need to be a little more consistent inside the paint. I'm not looking for them to shoot a whole lot of threes here. I think that mid-range and inside the paint game is where Bethesda needs to be dominant.
And they can, like you said, that point blank. A lot of times, both teams have had their fair share of offensive rebounding. Bethesda has been winning there, but just the putback opportunities, they haven't been able to capitalize on that. Furlow open for 3 off the mark. Both of the Dorsey brothers, Zachary and Xavier, both going for that one. Up front, another turnover. Benton up front, leading on threes tonight for First Preparatory.
Yeah, good game so far for Brandon Benton. Uh, 33-19. Good bucket by Jackson there.
Yeah, Jackson doing a lot of dirty work down low for the Blazers. Blazers and Highlanders, 2 rare names at the high school level.
Yeah.
Everybody's Tigers, everybody's Eagles and Eagles and Warriors in high school.
Furlow fell down hard, but he's getting back up. And Coach Brown on mop duties. Jaden Turner coming in for number 4, Xavier Dorsey. No foul on First Preparatory.
First one here in the second half, though. And an easy steal right there for Clark. Turns around, finds Benton. Looked like he was open there for a split second for 3. Opts not to pull that one. Puts it over to McLeod, and
That'll be a foul on.
quick whistle there.
Yep, foul on Nick Jackson.
And a far pass there. Tried to go for the Hail Mary there to Malachi Furlow.
Fans are going to start arriving here soon for what will be the championship game of the John Drafts BC Classic. Bluffton Bobcats taking on the Sharks of May River. First of what will now be 3 games between the two this season. Of course, Bluffton and May River both in the same region in 4A South Carolina High School League. So it's, to have a neutral site game to add on to the home and home for these 2 teams should be really fun.
Oh yeah, they've been in this tournament. They've dominated all their matchups pretty much so far and handily. So it'd be nice to see these 2 teams even up to see who's going to be better in that 3-point percentage category. It's probably going to be it. Nice turnaround putback by Turner, but off the mark. The movement was there, but just needed to finish. Inside drive, Furlow, and one. First preparatory, trying to pull away here. Up to 14, opportunity to make it 15 here.
And like I said, going into the half, who's going to have the momentum coming out of halftime? And you thought first preparatory as they ended that half had the momentum, and they're definitely showing it right now. Really like Furlow's game. Such a balanced player, able to shoot outside the three, in the mid-range, in the paint, very physical, but also agile player.
Inside, nice find.
Great pass, bullet of a pass, but it was a fantastic pass. Point game in favor of the Highlanders.
Drive on the inside. Clark loses the handle. Winds up in the hands of Gaskins. Turner on the connection. That's going to be tipped out. And Furlow made that free throw, right?
Yeah, he did.
And they were up by 14 after he made the bucket and one opportunity to make it 15. I remember saying that. They still got 35 on the board, though, however. So
Unless he didn't make the, I don't know.
I'm pretty sure you. 35
I guess we'll go 35. Hey, it is what it is.
Yeah, 30, 35 it is, I guess.
Well, I mean, Bethesda made it a 12-point game after. Yeah, I don't know. God, I'm tired. Long day here at the BC Classic, but been fun and exciting to watch some basketball.
Here we go. Furlow on the handle, drops it off to McLeod. Drives, kicks out to Clark. Benton left open. Three ball and in the air. Benton off the mark. Dropped off to Dorsey. Dorsey can't do nothing with it. Almost taken away. Benton and Clark harassing right now. Here comes McLeod. And Dorsey, nice handle. Able to find Gaskins in the corner for three.
Yeah, great ball handling by Dorsey. And
Yeah,
great no-look pass
he
out
was
to the corner.
dribbling through a lot of traffic and a lot of hands on that possession and was still able to keep control of that ball and find Isaac Gaskins in the corner for a three.
Yeah, foul there. It's going to send Davion Clark to the line.
They added the point back to make it 36 in first preparatory. Well, he just made that one. Apologize. And that'll make it 37. I guess, I don't know. Maybe I'm a little loony.
Leave it be, Vaughn. Leave it be.
No, I need answers. It's all good.
I want the truth.
And a nice drive and finish, Xavier Dorsey.
Yeah, Dorsey brothers have been putting on a good show today.
Reed his putback. He is good. Trading points here between double and single digits. Offensive foul there on Dorsey.
Good passing here.
15 on 15, a little hard foul there on Bartlett. Bartlett will go to the line here to shoot two. And the putback is good and one. Robert McLeod.
All of a sudden, it's back up to a 41-28 game.
Yeah, back to 13.
And it sounds like Zachary Dorsey has 5 fouls. He's potentially fouled out here.
And that's rough for Dorsey.
Well,
Gonna be out.
especially this early in the second half. Well, I mean, obviously we're towards the end of the third quarter, but um, I think it would have been smart for them to take Dorsey out if he had 4 fouls at the time.
Yeah, instead of keeping him in until, he fouled out because he's been the main catalyst here. I would have
Well,
saved him a little bit for the fourth quarter, but you are behind by 15. That game was getting out of hand, you know?
yeah, but with him being as vital of a part as he is, the question is whether or not you would sacrifice putting him on the bench over having him get 5 fouls before the third quarter is over.
And up front, transition McLeod on the other end, that's another hand, but
And
his right hand there on a shot. And now no Dorsey, one of your key pieces here for this team for Bethesda, now off the floor. Cloud looking for some room, slows it down there. Was going to push for a second.
travel called. That'd be on Bartlett. About 54 seconds to go here in the third quarter. Bethesda out of Savannah, Georgia, taking on First Preparatory Christian out of Hinesville, Georgia. It was a great first half, but First Preparatory has taken an extended lead here
Yeah,
in
and
the third.
they've kind of defeated the chances of a comeback here for Bethesda. I mean, still possible, but they're teetering on trying to get that lead to 20. And now no Dorsey. He's fouled out. Jackson up front to Gaskins, and missed opportunity there.
And someone may have just fouled out again, another Bethesda player potentially has just fouled out. I'm not sure who that was.
Yeah, and I mean, they've got, put first preparatory into the bonus for multiple quarters. And a heavy starter rotation.
And they got to get a shot off here. 3 seconds.
It took too long to gather for that one, and you had much needed opportunity there at the end, left wide open. That should have been a quick trigger there. But it's 44-28 when we return first preparatory with the lead into the fourth quarter here on Beaufort Zone.